Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
What should I try this time?
I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes, even when it looks futile.
What should I try this time?
Made another handsome sum today. A toast to our success.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
What should I try this time?
Pam, 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 pam. Bora lá então. Bom dia a todo mundo. Salve mestre Eric, salve mestre Gabriel. Um bom dia pra vocês e pra família de vocês. Estou aqui de folga hoje, quarta-feira. Que ótimo dia pra ficar de folga. Porque hoje é a atualização do nosso Genshin. Hoje é a atualização. Ontem foi a atualização. Hoje a gente pode jogar de boa, tá? Podia jogar ontem, né? Tem mais que jogou ontem. Eu não pude jogar ontem porque eu não sabia se ia ficar de folga ou não. Então, aí. Bora ver o que vai acontecer? Vamos ver aqui. Vamos começar pelos livrinhos. Livrinho, o que tem de livrinho aqui? Domínio. Guia. Tem aqui o prelúdio do branco, alguma coisa que a gente já vai fazer. Aqui. Não quero saber. Não quero saber. Sai fora, mano. Não quero saber de passe não, mano. Tirando com uma cara, pô. A gente tem Aqui que apareceu um monte de coisa, mano. Cortina de fumaça. E bora convidar aí a Linnea aí pro time. Já convidada. Temos aí teste de personagem. Que vamos fazer o teste de personagem? Vamos fazer o teste de personagem aqui, né? Inacreditável que tô conseguindo jogar com poucos travamentos. Boa, Gabriel. Boa, boa. Fico muito feliz aí por você. Tá conseguindo jogar aí de boa. Então, tomara que você consiga jogar bastante pra você conseguir pegar o seu Zhongli aí junto comigo. E também eu vou pegar o Zhongli. Mano, esse arco aqui...
Now disappear! A round of applause! I'm going in! Let's get this show on the road! And voila!
Caramba, ele tira dano pra caramba aqui.
Everybody stand back! Out of my way! You're toast! A round of applause!
Daninho bruto de gelo? De fogo? Ah, tô sonhando com gelo. Ok. Um daninho bruto aí, Linnea. Parece ser um personagem promissor. Ou não, parece ser uma merda. Uma merda mesmo que não vai ter reação. Ou vai ter reação, a gente que não quer usar reação com ele, talvez. Não sei. Você viu a mensagem que eu mandei no grupo? Não vi, deixa eu ver. Deixa eu ver aqui. Teve tantas mensagens, mano, eu fiquei... Da exploração... 64 artefatos usados no relicário e tudo ruim. Ah, esse daí eu vi, mano. Eu vi. Você usa 64 artefatos, ó. Caramba, mano. Só tragédia nesse jogo. Tá bom? Tá bom. Uma hora vai vir coisa boa. Ah, mas relicário é foda, mano. Relicário é complicado. Teste de personagem. Esse cara tá aqui do Linnea. Agora bora testar aqui Elan. Testa Elan. Vamos pegar 20 gemas. Quer saber não, mano. Bora aí. A gente vai comer esse jogo aqui com café. Ai, ai. Agora eu vou farmar pro Zong. O que você vai precisar farmar pro Zong, ô Gabriel? Um set legalzinho aí do...
You're in for a little shock.
Freeze!
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Tá, essa é a pior equipe que eu já vi nesse jogo, mano.
Oh, so sorry.
Don't be such a brute.
Que avisa, tá com 1400, tá com 177 de prof só. A arma tá com a Sinfonia dos Indolentes. Tá com 57/142. Caramba, essa lisa tá boa, mano. Tá com uma lisa boa de ataque, ó. Tá com full trovejante. Uma lisa boa de ataque, ó. Que é isso? Gostei da Linette, mano. Buildar como, mano? Gostei da Linette, mano. Buildar como? Ele é fácil de buildar. Gostei da Linette. Eu não testei ainda a Linette, mano. Eu vou testar ela daqui a pouco.
Come a little closer. Things are about to get dicey.
Aqui é a Yelan, tá com o arco dela com 80 de dano crítico, 71/172. Isso que é uma Yelan filha da mãe, mano. Fuceu da insulação. Brava. Caia. Aê, fizemos o teste de personagem aqui. Mequias, um bom dia pra você e pra sua família. Seja muito bem-vindo, maninho. Como você tá? Fale pra mim. Vou farmar o boss dele e os artefatos, graças a Deus. Ele só precisa de vida. Exatamente, Gabriel. Mas quando um personagem precisa apenas de vida e o jogo vê que você precisa de um... É bom farmar os artefatos de vida antes dele chegar. Porque quando ele chegar e você precisar desses artefatos de vida, o jogo não vai te mandar. O jogo vai fazer de pirraça pra não te mandar esses artefatos. Não sei, mano. Tenho certeza. Tô com frio. Ô, louco. Aqui até que deu uma melhorada. Tava frio ontem também, mas aqui já tá um tempo mais legal. Parece até que vai esquentar. Ok? Bora lá então. Testezinho de personagem. Eu vou testar a nossa querida Minei aqui. Testar ela aqui já. Vou precisar dessa florzinha aqui. Campuna luminosas. O bom é que não vai ter ninguém com ela nível coisa. Só se quem rushar mundo de outras pessoas pra pegar essa florzinha agora, né? A habilidade elemental de Linei fará os golpes das sombras, causando dano a Nemo. Ao lançar com manter pressionado, a Linete entra no estado de corrida das sombras enigmática, e quando sua duração acabar, fará os golpes das sombras de seu supremo se transformarem em uma caixa suprema miau miau, que provoca e ataca os inimigos ao redor. Ao tocar algum elemento, a caixa de miau miau muda de cor e periodicamente disparará feixes coloridos que causarão dano do tipo elemental, tipo... Ela fazer alguma coisa tipo a Sucrose? Binei. Ela tá de sacrifício, mano. É um suporte. Mas falaram que ia ser DPS. Arma. Espada de sacrifício. Artefatos. Full sombra verde. Tá, fizeram ela com uma personagem de suporte aqui. 57/191. Então...
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Rain cutter. Boba, get them. Cue the spotlight. Let me weave you a verse.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Gamagoria.
Surprise!
É, ela vai... O gatinho deve ficar juntando todos os inimigos aí.
Let the magic begin!
Vamos ver. Tô sentindo que tá carregando mais rápido. Tô sentindo que tá carregando mais rápido. Vamos ver. Segura a habilidade dela. Eu não usei a habilidade de segurar dela, não. Eu pensei que ela ia ficar dando dano a Nemo. Não achei essas coisas, não. Uma Sucrose pra quem não tem Sucrose é até bom pro começo do jogo. Evento aqui pra conseguir... coisa, né? Os pontinhos. Missão lendária do Linei já começa. terrestre pra ir pra Fontaine. Tem um boss novo. Mais outro boss novo. E o coisa aqui que resetou. Vou fazer abismo só à noite. Deixa eu fazer uma resina condensada aqui. Aí eu não posso fazer resina condensada, mano. Eu tô precisando de dinheiro, de mana, então. Vou gastar 20 resinas aqui pra gente começar. Como assim? Ele não está indo pra Fontaine ainda. Eu vou gastar 20 resinas aqui e a gente já vai pra Fontaine. E caramba, eu tô apertando o botão aqui do Towers pra usar o planador, mano. Que isso?
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! I see everything!
Pin them down!
This way, Colonel. Sharing my knowledge. You're toast!
Grant us your blessing!
Aí. Vou dar uma condensada, né? Opa, bom dia, Verão! Libera o domínio pra gente farmar. Esse set novo vão ficar versáteis no futuro. Ah, sim, vai ficar versátil. Eu vou liberar tudo, mano. A gente só tá gastando 40 resinas aqui pra gente começar. Eu vou fazer as diárias depois eu faço as diárias, né? Dane-se as diárias. Diária aguenta até a noite. Não só as resinas aqui, que as resinas é mais lucro. Eu preciso de resinas pra fazer dinheiro pra gente conseguir farmar os bonecos mais pra frente. Então, resinas. Eu tô rushando a história, até gostei da nova Arconte. Sério? Eu vou ver agora, mano. Vamos começar a historinha agora aqui pra ver o que vai acontecer, né? Quero chegar em Fontaine, mano. Fontaine. Desse mundo.
Good old caravan rebot! Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers!
Parece que foi porque...
Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor. But we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Acho que...
So much time has already
O
passed
tempo já
since
se
then.
passou.
And it seems
Tá ficando
Sumeru's
cada vez-
changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Traindo problemas.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Próxima parada, Fontaine!
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia!
Dea.
Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Vamos pra sair de Sumério e vamos pra Fontaine.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and
Oh,
navigate
listen.
some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a
Quero
going away
saber,
party or
mano. Já
anything.
quero saber. Deixa eu ver
It's
aqui.
sad enough to see you go like
Já
this.
Peta nem dorme, ficou a
Though,
noite inteira
now that I
jogando.
think
Ah, mas
about
pra ele já é outra
Sumeru
coisa, né?
wouldn't be what
Ele
it
como
is
um
today
criador
without
grande de
you.
conteúdo do
Seems
Genshin,
true
mano, ele tem que
heroes
estar
always
sempre
prefer
fazendo
living
as coisas
quietly.
sempre em primeiro, mano. Então é bem complicado, ele não tem como descansar nessas horas. Eu não falo não.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Se despedimos da DR Afro. Após lidar com os assuntos sumérios, você chega perto da fronteira de Fontaine. Mas já? Já vai teleportar a gente pra lá mesmo? Eita, menino. Eu amo. É a primeira vez entrando no jogo não foi carregável. E foi, mano. Eu acho que eles deram uma otimizada pra melhorar a coisa de carregamento do jogo, mano. Pra não ficar travando. Bora, Fontaine. Fontaine, vou de candaço pra lá. Antes do mundo. Dois ídolos. Esse tortuguita. Tchau, tortuguita. Agora eu consigo ver a vida deles. Consegue? Vá ao porto de Redemoinho de Fontaine, mano. Bora lá então. Bora pro porto. Opa, 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 opa. Aqui a gente não vai ficar de fora, né? Vamos pegar nosso primeiro hidróculo. Hidróculos. Hidróculos. Catar todos os hidróculos que acharmos pelo caminho. A gente não tem pressa agora. Pode fazer isso tudo de boa. Caramba, meu cassim. Tô sentindo que o meu chroma aqui tá bem forte. Gente. Porto de Fontaine.
Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
Gente, que imaginei.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Ar-contido.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Ok. Sigo o bebê pra upar a primeira vez a estágio 7 de Fontaine. 20 ou 30. Ah, tá. O negócio é a gente catar tudo que tiver por aqui, mano. A gente não ficar que nem tá em Sumero e Inazuma aqui. Que agora uma caça ao tesouro pra achar os dendróculos e eletrólicos que faltam.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while
liberar todos os pontos de teleporte e depois fazer a missão do Arconte.
Simply isn't that important.
Eu vou fazer a história do Arconte, depois eu libero tudo.
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court treat it a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable
A cidade
Chief
do
Justice
julgamento.
Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Então essa é a nação da justiça.
PetyRX? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just
So
go to the
fast.
Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she
No.
is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little
That's
dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now!
Entendeu agora?
The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get
Você
arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on.
É,
Sure,
só
there's a
pra,
lot of laws here.
libera
But
todos.
nobody's
Só
going
pra
to be
saber,
arrested
vai
for
ter
saying
mais
something
partes
disrespectful
Fontaine
about the
depois, né?
Hydro Archon.
Não é possível que seja só isso agora. Claro que não, ô, Gabriel. Vai ter bastante parte. Vamos lá. É só você se basear como foi... Coisa, mano. Como foi Inazuma e Sumero. Inazuma começou com a primeira cidade. Depois liberou a cidade de Tsurumi. Não. Tartarasuna, Tsurumi e o Altatsumi Island. Ok? Sumero. Depois liberou o deserto. Depois liberou Havadavante. Acho que é assim que se pronuncia. A cidade lá do tornado lá do inseto lá. E depois a cidade do Suruji, mano. Que é os sonhos de Vuktia. E agora aqui Fontaine, mano. Fontaine vai ter pelo menos umas 4 cidades aqui, mano. No mínimo 4 ou 3 cidades aqui. Ainda vai ter depois depois do começo aqui.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
O que a Lumine tá olhando sério?
Who knows how long making an appointment will take? Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Cutscene? Conversar com a Vinei. Quero explorar debaixo d'água, mano. É isso que eu quero. Pô.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now it's been completely
Duas
submerged.
garotas gato.
He would skip
Genshin.
and jump, tossing sand in the wind.
Ah,
The
sim.
sun shone brightly,
Duas.
and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually
Duas?
swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Duas?
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Ah tá, a Kirara não é garota gato, né?
I don't
Tá
believe
certo.
we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your
Só gozando com
sister.
essa irmã agora há pouco, mas com...
Even though we didn't really get
Tava
what she
muito
was
claro.
saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Porque você só, né?
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that
Não!
the water is engulfing
Odeio
your
o Linei, mano. Ele
memories?
falou que é igual a
And it
pai,
won't be
mano. Sai
long before
fora,
it
mano.
engulfs you too.
Fora, rapaz. Kirara e Linette.
That. It's from a prophecy
Só
that's
que
been
você tá
circulating in
esquecendo, Gabriel, da
Fontaine for some
Diona,
time
mano.
now.
Nossa,
Well,
Dionita.
I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because
Primeira
that
menina
implies
gata,
a
a
certain amount of
garotinha gato
uncertainty. There's
do
no doubt about what's
Genshin,
happening
mano.
in Fontaine now. Where to
Bem,
begin?
por onde posso começar?
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We
Yes.
still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, alright.
Esqueci completamente. Não, você esqueceu da nossa Dionita, mano. Não. É por causa que eu pensei que você não tava contando com a Kirara, porque a Kirara ela é uma Oni, né? Não é Oni. Ela é uma...
So you're going to see
Caramba,
Lady
como que
Farina?
fala?
No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the
Ela
opera
não
house
é
later
Oni.
myself.
Ela é outra
I'll gladly
coisa.
take you once I finish things here.
Ela não é uma
Please,
menina
follow me.
gata. Ela é uma... Ela é um ser que se transformou naquilo dali. Por isso que ela tem duas caudas. Ah, esqueci o nome dela, mano. Esqueci mesmo. Pô, mano. Pô, eu quero pegar o poder de água. Dando-se o mundo. Poder de água, cara. Poder de água, mano.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Lady Farina. Oi? Furina. Clorinda.
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
Estar com uma taça.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is
O olho dela é
for
diferente um do outro.
insignificant cowards.
Já me conquistou.
I am a
Tem um olho
god, and
azul
I will
escuro,
never
outro
entertain
azul
the
claro.
notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured.
Não se
I
preocupe.
see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to
vocês
truly
vão
behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Só de pensar que consegui ver.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some
até
of the
mesmo
most
Deus
basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those
Vamos
stories
ver
are
todas
about.
as histórias.
Lady Farina came here to personally see her.
Esse
Oh,
duelo
I
do
bet this
século?
is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Cai na paulada, mano. Arrebentar você, rapaz. Vem tranquilo, mano. Metendo uma de Saitama.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in a...
All right.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's according to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
Mano,
It's our Lady Farina.
filha da mãe, mano.
No one
Você
knows
vai
the
muito
laws
morrer,
of
mano.
Fontaine like
Lascar.
she does.
Te lascar, mulher.
You call that obvious?
Vai dormir, Adilson. Agora que eu não vou dormir mesmo, mano.
Wait,
Objeto voador, você tá falando da pai?
you mean Paimon?
Precisely.
Exatamente.
Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Winnie. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How can anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object. But how exactly do you plan to prove your...
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Então foi isso que ele bateu nas costas da pai. Eu pensei que o Linei tinha dado uma de tarado, tinha pegado em outra parte da Paimon, mas tá bom, foi nas costas. Ai.
There. As you can
Você
all
pode ver,
clearly
pá.
see, Paimon should be classified as, well,
Ba-
something like a
Fala.
balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got
Tá de
to be joking.
brincadeira.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Parece que é
It seems Lady Farina's charges
por
no
água
longer...
abaixo.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
in which case, consider consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
O jogo até deuses de nações estrangeiras.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linney and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Acabou o showzinho de reviravoltas. Eu vou ter que sair agora de manhã, volto à tarde, eu acho. Vi o vídeo de animações de troca, vi sim, John. Vi ele por completo. Ficou muito bom, mano. Achei bem legal. Lê tudo, Adilson. Eu tô lendo tudo, mano. Caramba, eu li tudo. Não li tudo? Só lembro de um encontro que ela pede pra...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law,
Lembrei
so I
de
did a little
alertá-lo.
preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician,
Fosse
Lenny.
mais.
It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance, and speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. My
brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be...
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
Ela tá louca pra meter porrada, né? Pô, ar-con de hidro é mó doidona.
Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings, but here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have
Vários
already been
lugares.
completely submerged, and
Yeah.
now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
Já pegou a
We hope that
Linette?
at least the people
Já,
who
ô
reside
John.
near the waterfront
Comecei
can move
fazendo a
away
Linette
before
e
it's too
fazendo o
late.
teste de
So,
personagem.
we've started distributing magic pockets to them.
O Linette tem muito dano,
As
mano.
a magical item,
Pena que
these
ele é dano
magic
único, né?
pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets
Vem
it.
colocar uns timinho bem nada a ver dessa vez, hein?
But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe.
São apenas partículas bem pequeninas no grande esquema
We're
das
just tiny specks
coisas.
in the grand scheme of
Eu quero pegar um
things.
café, mano. Eu vou pegar um
Now,
café,
if you'd
gente.
like to help, then please give
Tirar
these
a fala
magic
automática
pockets
aqui,
to
vou pegar um
anyone
café,
nearby.
rapidão.
Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Pão de queijo.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
Bora lá então. Ajustar a equipe. Dan, 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 dan.
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
Achei muito legal esse daqui. Kiki. Muito massa esse negócio de entrada aqui do boneco. Pô, mano, isso é uma pedrada, ó. Noelle, muito bom. De Luke, muito bom também. Cook tem uma entrada tipo de Mortal Kombat, mano. Acho que eu já vi isso aqui em Mortal Kombat. Nossa, Traveler. Traveler, muito bom também. Boa, mano. Candace. Narida. E a Shogun. Shogunzinho eu vi lá no John. O Tigas. Ó, carai. Tá. Muito bom isso daqui, mano. Ficou muito legal isso daqui, mano. Ficou muito legal isso daqui, mano. Tem o que falar, não. Dissolver a equipe. Tá, essas são as 3 equipes. Eu vou fazer uma equipe do viajante hidro.
There's still a long road ahead.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Wait for my signal.
Vai ter a cookie já, então não precisa ser um... Bem que aqui eu vou poder colocar uma personagem diferente, né? Eu posso tirar a cookie.
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
Colocar a Candice. E tacar-lhe um Bennett aqui também. Não. Aqui a gente vai fazer um Hyper Bloom. Hyper Bloom, vou precisar de um elétrico aqui.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Tá. Vamos mexer nessa equipe. Vamos pegar o nosso... Tá lá em cima, mano. Caralho. Entregar a bolsa aqui pros caras aqui.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf.
Os oficiais aqui, eles se vestem...
So you also believe in the prophecy.
What? You mean you don't believe in the...
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies.
Voltei. E aí, Gabriel?
Thus could people set. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all,
será que...
it'll be like
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But
não viram viver.
Can't live underwater. They'll die. You should...
all right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily...
Dissolvido na água. Vira água. Lotado de coisas pra fazer em Fontaine. Que bom, né? A gente tava sem coisas pra fazer, né, ô Gabriel? Eu quero que tenha muita coisa pra gente fazer aqui em Fontaine, mano. Até eu enjoar. Vamos pegar o hype da área nova, mano. Pegar o hype da área nova, a gente consegue pegar todos os hidrólogos de boa, a gente consegue fazer todas as coisas de boa. Realmente, era isso que a gente queria. Missões de mundo, exploração, muita coisa. A gente precisa de muita coisa, porque essas coisas vão dar gemas pra gente e a gente vai conseguir fazer muita coisa legal, tá?
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now.
Fale com o Minei. Eu quero pegar a estátua, mano. A estátua tá lá em cima. Pô, jogo. Colocar a estátua lá em cima, mano. Isso me quebra.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets?
Só espero que não tenha puzzles
That was
difíceis.
fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets.
A primeira impressão sempre que fica. A primeira impressão do Vinay aí, mano, foi muito boa, mano. O Vinay é um cara legal. Vinay é um cara legal e a Lynette é uma...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember
Tinha
seeing
puzzles
them
que
near
tinha
the
que ver
waterfront
com
on the east
vídeo
side of
com
the harbor.
o Japeta. Ah, tá. Bom que se eu ficar travado nesses puzzles, você... Colete materiais usados para... Tem um elevador lá pra cima? Elevadores! Eu quero chegar na torre hidro, mano. Dane-se o mundo. Carai! Aqui a gente vai trocar de equipe. Equipe... Não é. O mundo se abre para aqueles de coração nobre. O que é a luz da estátua do 7 agora mesmo? Que esquisito, alguma coisa assim já aconteceu antes? Pareceu água. Bom, aqui é a nação hidro. Essas são fontes já. Seria incrível se falasse. Talvez para próximo com você. Benção de Fontaine, tutorial modo de jogo. Uma energia divina misteriosa que saiu da estátua lhe deu uma benção hidro. Você estiver nas grandes águas de Fontaine, seu caminho estará livre. Ressonância hidro. Hidro, terras das belas fontes. Tchu, 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 tchu. Eu me rilo? Eu me rilo. Vamos ver aqui. Vamos ver isso aqui. Eu sou um healer. Se eu for um healer, adeus Bárbara, mano. Lançar bolha aquática que se move lentamente, causando dano hidro continuamente contra inimigos próximos. Recarga 80. Dano da habilidade 101. Duração 4 segundos. Tempo de recarga. Tempo de recarga. Intervalo. Dano da gota. Erupção. Tá bom, vamos lá. Ao lançar uma erupção torrente para frente que causa dano contra inimigos ao atingir. Entrar no modo de mira de lança continuamente gotas de orvalho na direção que está mirando, causando dano contra inimigos que atinge. Ao terminar de lançar a erupção torrente para frente, causa dano entre inimigos a atingir. Abundância. Ao lançar e manter pressionado, se a vida do viajante for maior que 50%, aumentará o dano causado das gotas de orvalho baseado na vida máxima do viajante. E consumirá uma certa quantidade de vida a cada segundo. O dano do viajante vai ser baseado na vida máxima dele. Você vai escalar com vida agora? Carai! Viajante escala com vida. Tá bom. Vida máxima. Consumo de vida da abundância. Aumento de dano da abundância. Duração manter pressionada. Tempo de recarga 10 segundos. Águas puras. Talento. Quando a gota do orvalho dispara ao manter pressionado, o sabre se atingindo um inimigo primordial perto do viajante. Quando a vida coletar uma gota da água primordial, regenera 7% de sua vida. É possível gerar. Ao lançar e manter pressionado o sabre, consumirá a vida através de abundância. Aumentará o dano causado a erupções torrencial final. Lançamento aumentado igual a 45% do valor da abundância consumida pelo viajante. É possível aumentar o dano de até 5.000 desta forma. O pior puzzle é aquele de Nazuma, mano. Lixo, 80 de recarga. Tá bom. Então... tacar os artefatos na... tacar os artefatos hidro na viajante. Vai ter taxa, mano. Onde que tem taxa esse daqui? Cara, esse artefato da Shogun tá horrível, hein? Tem que farmar um... eu vou ver lá no relicário se eu consigo pegar alguma coisa pra Shogun. Tá. Acho que aqui não tem o que fazer. Ah, 223 barra 200 e... Tristeza. Imagina, tem que usar selo nela. Isso é triste, meu mano. Voltar nunca.
It seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Usar hidro. Caralho. Só que a habilidade dela demora muito, mano. Eu não sei se eu vou conseguir um dano explosivo, tipo um socão do Reizou aqui. Então... Talentos de água. Dando o primeiro golpe, dando o segundo. Dando torrente, dando gota de orvalho, dando espírito de espinho espiritual, dando habilidade. Water Depth. É hidro, mano. Não tem como hidro fropar.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any
Estou no
energy
modo
left for the
economia.
performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of fun.
Não sei, mano, não sei. Tristeza, imagina que tem que usar selo nela. Pode ser usar selo.
Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing.
Sem sermos notados.
Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
Agora que ela subiu aí em cima. É, tem um hidróculo ali, mano. Pega ele.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Pega, ladrão.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to look. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's...
Are you sure that's all she took?
Esqueci que ela
You
pegou.
should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't. Anyway, I should be going now.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative...
All right, let's put this little detour behind us.
Uma cor de Fontaine. Ok. Quero saber, posso. Saber de apresentação.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine.
Hidrônibus.
It's pretty convenient,
Bom nome.
but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get...
Quero pegar o hidráulico. Charlotte.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Lenny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news,
Yes.
I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my time. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the
Você
serial
jogando na verdade?
disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories
Acabou
are the
meu
talk
café.
of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've... Oh, but the scariest part is that many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, I just imagined for a second what I would do if...
Please don't imagine that.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Chegando. Gostei da musiquinha. Esse negócio de ópera e tudo.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job.
Não é
Always
muito
running
duro.
around and interviewing everyone.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Isso aí. Prólogo dos solistas. Cidade da chuva, recordação. Dun, 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 dun. O elevador tá se movendo. Nave. Tá, a viajante vai poder usar aquele artefato de mitigar a vida. Muita coisa, mano. Tem pouco hidrólogo aqui na cidade, isso é bom? Pouco hidrólogo? Não, não vi hidrólogo ainda na cidade. Eu vi quem eu penso que eu vi?
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Começou a chover.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
A chuva parou.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting...
Was there something you needed to do, Lynn?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pocket. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the...
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up.
Oh, no need. This'll be a walk in the park.
Ok.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
Dá um tiro de água, depois outro tiro de água. Eu não consegui ver como funciona esse... poder dela, mano.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So, is...
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine mean to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments,
Jude, mano.
debts first. If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of Mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys,
can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Não vai demorar muito. Quero usar o Child, mano.
Riptide.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of
Alguém
someone
perdeu.
losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques.
Okay.
One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their
Defenders.
honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
4. Voltei.
And the worst case scenario
No pior
is
caso,
that you're
vocês...
simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that
Embora
Fontaine has a
o
death
Fontaine
penalty.
tenha uma pena de
From
morte,
what I
mas
can
ninguém
tell,
foi
no one has
oficialmente
ever been
sentenciado.
officially sentenced to death. So really, the
Mas como
only
nós
people
somos
who
o
opt to
protagonista,
duel are
isso não
those
vai,
who have
isso
suffered
vai
a
ser
grave
diferente pra gente.
injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk.
Então... Entusiasmada? Tá entusiasmada, Paimon?
Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing! The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of... It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one... Oh, sorry about that. Hey. Lily said that the Opera House is on Aranias.
Visão de Child. Vamos à visão do Child. Use a via Návia para ir até Erinies. Muito tempo de recarga, mano. Será que ela se ajeita com as constelações? Depois de pegar a gota de água primordial, a viajante recupera 2 de energia elemental, necessário para desbloquear a passiva de águas puras. Reduz a velocidade de bolhas aquáticas de maré ascendente em 30%. 3 segundos. Aumenta o nível. Tá. Ao lançar sabre, gera um escudo da insígnia aquática que absorverá o equivalente a 10% da vida máxima possível contra dano. Ele persistirá até terminar de lançar a habilidade. Um escudo insígnia. Quando o viajante pega a gota primordial, regenera 6% de vida máxima para o personagem próximo com menor porcentagem de vida restante. Que merda. Bom dia, viajante hidro, tá bom? O viajante hidro tá uma... sei lá, mano, nem dá pra saber ainda como tá o viajante hidro. Ele tá... ó, o viajante hidro ele tá escalando com vida. Quanto mais vida ele tiver, mais dano ele vai dar. Pelo que eu entendi. Ele tem um negócio lá de mitigar a vida, mano. Quando ele dá ataque, quando ele fica dando esse ataque carregado aqui, ele dá um tiro absurdo quando acaba aqui. Ele vai perdendo vida, só que ele aumenta o ataque dele. Ele vai perdendo vida, mas ele aumenta o ataque dele. Quando ele tiver com menos de 50% de vida, ele vai aumentar a... Tá bom usar ele assim. Com a coisinha aqui. Que toda hora ele vai estar com... Pode me tirar uma dúvida de uma equipe? Pode sim, mano. Fala aí, Cosmic. Qual que é a dúvida? Achei legal. Qual eu uso Yoimiya Kazuhiko e Bennett ou Yoimiya Kazuha Yunjin e Bennett? Os dois times são muito bons. Depende.
The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird. Oh, I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Erinias.
Peguei o Bennett ontem. O Bennett só vai valer a pena pra sua Yoimiya, ou Cosmic, se ele tiver C1, tá? Tem que pegar 2 Bennetts. Você vai conseguir. Pode usar o Bennett sim, mano. Vou pro Bennett aí com a Yoimiya que vai ficar muito bom. Você vai pegar um Bennett do evento, né? O evento vai te dar um Bennett. Então, vai ser muito bom. C0 quer dizer? Infelizmente ainda tá C1, tá C0. Quero dizer. Você pegou um, você vai ganhar um no evento. O evento vai te dar um Bennett, então você pegar C1 dele. Ok? Então... Bennett C1 já dá pra usar muito bem, mano. Ele já vira um ótimo personagem. Tá? Agora que são...
Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Bem-vindo a Fontaine. Agora? Pior que eu vou ter que ir pra lá, mano. Muitos e muitos baús, mano. Ah, é agora que a gente vai testar, né? Vamos testar aqui nossa viajante. Testar contra o chefe novo, mano. Isso aqui. Quero atacar vocês, mano. Tentar o castigo. O boss fica logo na entrada de Fontaine. Uma magnífica apresentação de requintados mecânicos de engrenagens de Fontaine, com o protagonista sendo o nobre dos mecanismos de engrenagem. No clímax da apresentação, permanece no centro da pista de dança, revelando o pneu aumenta significativamente a eficiência de produções de potência. 3. Proteger. Eu quero saber como que é a ult do viajante, mano. Não consegui ver a ult ali. Tirando 9k, mano.
Commit it to memory. Stand with me. Water jet. Hear my prayer. The Temple of Wisdom.
Caralho, mano.
Our bond is strong.
Cara, isso aqui tem potencial de dano, hein? Tem potencial de dano porque não tá upada a habilidade. Ela não tá escalada com vida. E ela tá tirando 9k de dano. Tirando 9k, mano.
Stand with me. Water jet. Dissipate. I'll settle this. Sharing my knowledge.
4k.
Go. Bombs away.
Não consegui entender direito.
Our bond is strong. Everyone hold hands.
Grant us your blessing.
This way. This is not
Caramba! Não vai funcionar não. Essa espada que eu tô usando aqui é uma merda. Vai ser uma merda pra ela. Seu merda. Vamos pegar esse aqui já. Pam pam pam. Então, 3 coração. Plano eficiência. Essa espada aqui vai ser uma merda por causa de que eu não sabia que ela ia estar com esse método de perder vida, né? Então, tipo, é aquela, né? Perdeu tanta vida assim, né, viajante? Mas ela tirou 9k ali, mano. Os 25 de taxa vai de F, mano. Ela vai perdendo vida. A não ser que eu ative a cookie. Eu ative a cookie e fique atacando. Porque aí cada lufada ela vai ficar ganhando vida ali. Ela nunca vai perder, mas mesmo assim é complicado. (49/223). Coloca o novo artefato de taxa nela. Sim, a gente vai brincar aí com a viajante, mano. Novo artefato de taxa. Ah, mas artefato de taxa, mano? Não sei não, hein. Tipo, eu quero que ela tenha vida e bônus de dano hidro. Eu vou ter que tentar equilibrar a taxa nesses artefatos. O outro o artefato de taxa vai ser muito bom, mano. Com certeza, vai ser muito bom, mas dependendo do personagem não vai ser viável. Dá pra acumular em 36. Caralho, 36 de taxa. Taca lhe dano, mano. Perder vida. Dá pra colocar uma arma de prof nela. Nem, né? Tô ansiosos hoje. Uma yaca com 50 de taxa vai amassar. Verdade.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Vasher.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element?
Como
What
ver?
does hearing a voice have to do with elemental...
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with...
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the
Pegar
fountain
essa
of
3
Lucine
nem
is where
queria,
all the
mano.
flowing water in Fontaine
Tô com
converges.
ódio dessa nova personagem.
Even the
Pegar a
tears that
C3
fall
nem
to the
queria.
ground will eventually gather here.
Ah, faz parte, mano.
So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming
Ah,
from
ela é uma
someone's
personagem legal pra quem não tem uma Sucrose. Pra quem não tem uma Sucrose e um caso Raul Vente, é uma personagem boa, mano. Dá pra usar de suporte pra ficar fazendo reação.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's...
Ela é DPS. Voltei aí, Gabriel. Oferecer para a fonte. Pegar selos hidros. Aumentar nossa fonte. O jogo crashou no julgamento. Já não tiramos tanto DPS. Já não tiramos tantos DPS a Nemo. Mas ela é um pouquinho diferente, Cosmic, porque você pode buildar ela para ser uma suporte, né? Ela apenas ultar ali, fazer o coelhinho dela ficar sugando elemento e espalhando. Tipo, espalhar fogo, espalhar... Não sei porque essas musiquinhas que me lembram Castlevania.
Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how... But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make
Ô
reservations.
Cosmic, o melhor personagem pra você pegar aí é Lan pra Yoimiya, né?
And here are your tickets.
Com essa fonte de Fontaine vou conseguir bastante resina, mano. Verdade, agora que reparei. Aí fui inventar de girar mais 10 e veio a Kokomi.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there.
Sim.
That's Cal, my assistant, calling me.
Veio a Kokomi. Que
I'll go lend
Kokomi?
him a hand.
Que Kokomi, ô Cosmic? Ah, veio a Yelan. A Yelan. Por favor, fique à
Yeah, we'll
vontade.
just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Legal, musiquinha. Neuvillette?
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but, what should, oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait.
Ele tinha...
Could he be...
Ele é o nosso verdadeiro Orkut, mano.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice.
Juiz Supremo de
That seat is
Fontaine.
always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Quer dar uma de mandona?
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Ele tinha mais cara de Arconte, na minha opinião. Eu acho que ela tem cara de Arconte porque ela é muito, tipo assim, pra frente, sabe? Como tipo, pô, mano. Deixa eu dar risada desses pobres. Tipo, como que é, mano? Queria lembrar o personagem. Tipo, ela acha que ela pode tudo. É um Arconte diferente, né?
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Fica quieta, Paimon.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Gostei das musiquinhas, mano.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry, she'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Ficou sem roupa.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Primeiro ato de mágica. Ai, ai. Aparece um robô, não sai um sorriso.
Whoa, what in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his
Fascinado
skills
os
are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Exatamente, né, Vilete?
That's right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. in which case I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate.
Eu sei quem vai ser o participado. Traveler.
Oh, let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Pior que aprendeu, mano. Tô gostando do show de mágica. Tô pra até contando junto.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
Bora.
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Gostei de Nervalet, mano. Gente boa também.
You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the mess. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them...
18.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of...
10! Almost there now. 8! Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again. 7! Hey, slow down! Honestly! 5! 4! 3! Whoops! That doesn't count! 0! Ta-da!
Bom. Carai, mano. O cara matou uma pessoa. Não. Isso aí não faz parte de mágica.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Ah, acabaram com o show do Linney, mano. Carai.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearance.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and... I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants. Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Ai, mano, que isso?
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady...
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes... That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one... Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here?
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Lenny's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Lenny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Lenny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel fund.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette?
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first.
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during... 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here.
Ai, cara, voltei aí, Verão.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this world.
Huh? What do you...
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends?
Well...
So in just a I know I've seen a lot of... Sorry, Anyway, you may investigate...
Relatório de investigação dos Garden. Identidade falecida. Coley. Detetive em ação. Modo detetive ativado.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector. After all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number select?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case?
Tá bom. Isso daí era meio óbvio, né? O que a gente pode deduzir? Que o Coley possa ter fingido a própria morte. Talvez.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from... Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material... Wait! Paimon should write all this down. Let's take note.
Mano, a gente vai pra um tribunal, essa merda? Certeza, né? Tem mais coisa lá? Depois eu vejo. Bora falar com o cara aqui, mano.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the count?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud had...
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Ok.
This location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, the Magic Troop members, simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial
Were the victims of previous...
That's how it seems to us.
Okay, then.
No need to be so... It is of utmost importance.
Aconteceu o quê?
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection
mafia.
to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula any...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Intuição, obviamente, minha intuição é inigualável.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. But liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer.
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. You won't hear any pointless questions from... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most excellent.
Silly.
No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but
I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our...
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny.
Ok.
Whoever...
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Se ninguém guardou. Se ela não saiu, ela pode estar por aqui.
Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that the back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we...
Uma outra caixa dentro.
So there was a passageway under the magic box.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The two magic boxes are positioned right above the two entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be...
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight...
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Ok. Truque de mágica. Coisa de mágica. Várias pistas de mágica.
Whoever the murderer, people needed to register and reserve a... Why would it... Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Roupas da moça.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the...
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish.
Tá bom. Positiva para fazer.
What's this? Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left?
Whatever it is.
Pam, pam, pam. Reizou aqui já tá.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're...
Yes. Let's head back up.
Retornar à superfície, mano. Ai, vamos ver se a gente termina isso aqui, mano. Caramba. Muita coisa boa, muita exploração. Bem, nós vamos...
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds
Prepare para
of
queimar os
that are
neurônios para
very
resolver
low,
esse caso,
since the
meu
vent
Deus.
leads to the opera houses. The
Não
guards have checked
parece.
the area carefully.
Vamos ver.
So the tunnels become like
Então os túneis se tornaram uma câmara secreta.
you usually see in novels.
O caldo engrossou. Desligamento de Harvey, a morte de Coley, tudo isso é inexplicável.
No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Lenny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally,
Voltei de salve, John
will be consulted by officials. The resultant...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
Neuvillette era.
Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Neuvillette realmente tem cara de ser um arconte, bagulho, tipo...
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balance.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here.
Vem aqui, Iago.
I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply...
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Ai, cara.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for...
These three are quite the interesting group.
Tu não...
And Paimon thought it smelled
Tu
good
não
while it was
tá em
still
par
in the
com
oven.
Crazy?
Oh, it's even
Eu nem vi.
better.
Deixa eu ver aqui. Entrar aqui. E aí, Crazy?
Opa, bom.
Tá sumido, mano?
Ah, sempre, né?
Sumido, cara. Que isso?
Ah, perdi a vontade de jogar, né? Quebrou meu triângulo.
É foda, mano. Eu perdi um controle por causa do triângulo também. Ah, você joga sem ultar. Já era.
É bom, é bom. Tô jogando sem fundo aqui, tá ligado?
Só correr. Tem que usar só o caso, ó. Tem que usar o...
Eu tava falando com o John ontem. Esse jogo aí, né? Tá sabendo aí?
Sim, é Thor.
Eu baixei ali. O jogo tá diferente, né? Não é primeira não.
Qual? O Genshin ou Thor?
Genshin. Nossa, eu não consigo usar a asa. Ai, que bom, agora que eu percebi. Não consigo voar.
Alright then. However, we can assume that
Cara,
Lily and
mulher
Lynette
triste.
were not the magician twins could have committed the crime.
Exactly.
Preciso confirmar o X pra voar.
Everyone was
O
watching.
X eu troquei pelo triângulo, ou seja... Impossível.
Forma porque...
Tá que nível já?
Na planta batida foi... Calma aí, eu tô selecionando um caso agora aqui. Sherlock Holmes. Isso está sendo...
Como eu selecionar a casa aqui agora? Você tá na nova área já?
Tô.
Ah, tá difícil.
Não existe provas que...
True.
Verdade.
None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl, Halsey...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
Mas será que ele tinha entendimento suficiente de como o truque de mágica funcionava?
That's right.
Isso mesmo.
And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
Ele era
Does she
mágico.
have any motive? The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Nossa, eu tô ferrado, hein? O John falou que eu já perdi umas 10 mil gemas só nos eventos.
Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and
Uma
crisp
merda.
and
They are my specialty after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might
Essa
actually be
estrela é nova? Tá no banner?
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh?
What? Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you
Vou
wish.
jogar assim,
And I
muito
have the
melhor.
egg sugar and...
Well, this really...
Pular não dá, não.
Ai, cara. Fica ignorando o menino, Jus. Responde o Cray. Eu tô respondendo. Eu não respondi? Não sei.
Não. Deixando vaca aí.
Ah, tá. Calma aí, deixa eu parar a história aqui. O que aconteceu?
Ah, já até esqueci.
Eu também. Deixa eu voltar pra história aqui. Eu não sei, mano. Tudo bem, obrigado pela ajuda e pelo lanche. Vai pegar alguém nesse banner ou Crazy?
Ah, é complicado, né? Pô, eu queria a Ilan, mas o Zong vai voltar. Aí, pô, complicado.
Aí tem o Neuvillette, tem Arcon de Hydro.
Os caras sacam personagem bom só quando vai vir Arconte. Só pra ferrar nós.
It's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
E o Tal já voltou? Já não, né?
Quem?
O Tal? Não, né?
O Tal vai vir na 4.3 ou 4.2. Acho que é 4.2 que ela vem. Depois do Zong. Acho que mais uns 2 banners vai ser ela. Ou é ela depois? Será que ela é depois do Zong, mano? Caramba, agora eu fiquei na dúvida.
Não, mas aí não vai vir Arconte?
Arconte vai vir na 4.2, pelo que a turma tá especulando.
Então é depois, né?
Ele perguntou qual nível você tá. Se a Linette é nova. Ah, a Linette é uma menina nova, mano. Menina nova.
Lançou agora?
Lançou agora, veio nesse banner. E você, por atingir nível 25, você já ganha ela automaticamente.
Ah, então eu tenho ela.
Então você já tem ela. E o Arcon de Hidro tem... Pode ter potencial. Eu achei que ele pode dar um daninho legal até. Ele fica mitigando o dano dele, a vida dele. Só que ele é totalmente escalado com vida. Então, tipo, ele acende com ataque. Aí você complica, né, Mirui? Faz o boneco ser escalado com ataque, caramba. Faz que a habilidade dele é escalada com vida. Ou seja, nunca vai atingir um potencial muito grande. Pô, sacanagem. Cale vida no boneco. Talvez eu faça um permafreeze com o viajante.
Você tá jogando cedo agora? Você não jogava só de noite?
Hoje eu tô de folga. Eu não consegui jogar atualização ontem. Aí eu fiquei meio na dúvida de jogar à noite a atualização. Eu não aguentei esperar até a noite. Falei, vou jogar cedo. Ah é, tem que resgatar as recompensas, né? Gemas, 600 gemas. A gente tá com quantos tiros? Estamos chegando aos 30 tiros.
Você pegou mais algum personagem depois do Kazuha?
Peguei o escaramujo e a Kokomi.
Escaramujo, tá, pega.
Na conta
Tá
secundária. Na conta principal, depois do Kazuha, eu não peguei mais ninguém.
Então você tá juntando tiro então?
Tô juntando os tiros aí pro Zong. Tô de Nai. Tem a Narida, a Rutal, a Raiden. Agora eu vou pegar o Zong, mano. Completar o
tipo time que eu queria fazer desde o começo. Já vai vir 2 que precisa nele.
É complicado, mano. Caso. Ah, tem bastante personagem por qualidade. Vamos lá. Tô com 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 personagens 5 estrelas. Vou pegar o 9.
8 já? Tá, pega.
Pegar os Zhongli. Vou pegar não, vou tentar pegar o Zhongli, né? Tem essa ainda.
Nossa, pega, confirmado.
Abriu 23 horas o servidor do Genshin. Esperar o dia inteiro pra resolver a charada com a nossa Paimon detetive. Desvendar esse mistério. Só aperta X, mano.
Não tem segredo então.
Só aperta X. Ou a gente vai condenar o menino ou a gente vai salvar ele.
Condenar, confirmado.
Uma das duas eu sei que vai dar certo. Vamos ver se eu prestei atenção direito no caso. O que fazemos, gente?
Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were—
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation— That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, please have Mr. Linney explain the trick.
Podemos pedir ao Sr. Linney que nos explique o truque, por gentileza. Já quero juntar pro Neuvillette, mano, e Arconte. Cara, o Neuvillette vai ser monstro, mano. Primeiro catalisador Cryo.
Yes, of course.
Brabo. 5 estrelas ainda.
Demonstrates on stage.
Sim.
All the necessary items have been prepared.
Linney claramente revela os detalhes do truque de mágica, todos a proteger.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Muito dramática. Carconte Hidro, você é muito dramática, que isso?
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell.
Carconte apareceu já?
Já?
I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
Ele é anão? Como é que ela é?
Tamanho da Lumine. A primeira média, né? Porque vamos lá, o Venti, ele é alto. A Raiden é alta. O Zong é alto. E a Nahida é anã. Ela é média.
Não, mas o Venti é alto só por causa do chapéu dele.
O Venti é médio, então?
Eu acho que é, deixa eu ver.
Tem uma perna de sabiá, mano, que parece que ele é alto pra caramba. Parece que ele tem a altura do Diluc, mano. Ou do Kaia. Dá uma olhada aí.
Não, ele é médio.
Ele é médio?
É diferente do Diluc.
Tá, então ela é a primeira média. Não tem como você ter passado o tempo todo na caixa. Se você fosse abduzir Harsen e assassinar Cole, na verdade eu diria que você nem passou muito tempo naquele túnel.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask,
tem algum Fatui aí?
Na
história?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I keep track of the time and build anticipation for the finale.
Oi?
Tem algum Fatui aí?
Por enquanto só apareceu o Child. Vê, Adilson. Já quer. Sabe que vai ser um bicho. Sabe que vai ser o bicho a retentora? Vê, Adilson. Eu li. Sabe que vai ser o bicho. Redentora? Não entendi. Você não viu? E você não viu mais nada? Nada que possa ter deixado uma impressão de algum tipo?
No, nothing.
Entendo. Mas quando a contagem chegou a 30 segundos, mais ou menos, houve um barulho. Muito tão alto que acredito que praticamente todos ouviram.
Huh?
Como ele não sabe que é som.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Do posicionamento...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
Eles são Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Ô, a gente deve estar forte agora, hein? Ele pegou o elemento de água agora, né? De água agora, né?
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything
that
happened during that 1
A gente pegou o elemento de água?
Pegou.
Your first priority
Ah, ele tá forte agora, né?
Tá flop.
I'm sure there is
Tá
little
flop demais. Adilson, não vou entrar na parte porque vou ser ignorado igual Chris. Calma aí, deixa acabar a história aqui, mano. Ai, eu sei que sentir saudade de fazer muitas coisas no Genshin, mas agora eu fiquei cansado, cê é louco. Tá, eu até pausei a historinha aqui que eu quero até ver. Sua primeira prioridade é provar a inocência, afinal tenho certeza que haja pouco que precise ser mantido em segredo agora, a não ser que seu roteiro já tenha furos nele.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady first, when the thud was heard in the opera house,
Tá bom.
you were neither
Os
in
caras
the
realmente
box
sabem
nor the
fazer
tunnel.
história, mano. Puta que
Second,
merda, os
you
caras
and
são
Miss
bons pra fazer
Lynette are
história.
both members of the House of the Heart.
Nem esperava. Na verdade, eu esperava alguma coisa parecida com isso, mas não esperava que. Tá. Muita falação desse julgamento, mas é assim mesmo o julgamento, mano. Ah, primeiro, quando o barulho for ouvido, você não estava nem na caixa, nem.
Are these claims true?
De enganar.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing
Até a
already.
sentença de uma vez.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professional. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while.
É fora contido. Excesso você encontra.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it.
Isso é pouco de julgamento. Máquina abaixo dela. Durante as investigações, aprendemos que o núcleo de máquina está abaixo dela.
From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Quantos?
Hidróculos, é?
Se eu não me engano, é quase a mesma quantidade do de Sumero. Me corrijam se eu tiver errado, aí 300 e...
Tem que dobrar, pô, tem que dobrar.
Acho que é uns 10 a mais, eu acho, 20 a mais.
Eles sempre aumentam mais, e agora eles vão aumentar?
Não, eles aumentaram um pouquinho a coisa mais.
Ou não.
Será que aumentaram? Não lembro se eles aumentaram.
60 a última vez.
É, mas a área de Sumero foi muito grande, mano. A área de Sumero foi muito grande, mano. Falaram
mas não tava em toda a área.
Pelo que eu entendi, a área de Hidro vai ser menor do que a área de Sumero. Durante a construção de um túnel específico para executar esses
passos. Você explorou? Tinha que explorar, né? Eu lembro.
Nothing.
Tinha que explorar?
As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreat. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Tu já está quase no fim. Vamos soltar.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Linei disse que, ao entrar no túnel, ele se dirigiu à câmara que contém o núcleo Oraquina e não presenciou o crime. Por isso, não ouviu o barulho. Linei disse que ouviu uma voz misteriosa vindo da câmara que contém o núcleo Oraquino dentro da estrutura subterrânea das óperas Eclipse. Tá bom. Continuar o julgamento. Bora lá. Um breve recesso termina, o julgamento fervoroso continua.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Baseado nos relatórios das testemunhas, você pode encontrar partes de suas declarações que não têm fundamento. Use as evidências e pistas obtidas durante a investigação para refutar quaisquer série de eventos que não fazem sentido e substitua elas com novas interferências. Use suas refutações para convencer o público a obter mais apoio das pessoas. A Uraquina vai exibir essas mudanças claramente. Quando você encontrar e refutar todos os conteúdos incorretos, poderá completar o ciclo de refutação e revelar a verdade. Furina versus Lumine. Conforme a contagem começou, ele entrou no túnel. Quando o carrinho passou, ele
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from
Tá bom, deixa eu pegar isso aqui. Eu ia tirar o casco, prevenir os outros de reconhecerem. Como que é? Finalmente ele usou o vaso para nocauteá-la. Antes de tirar o casaco dela para prevenir outros de reconhecer. Nesse momento, Cor chegou ao túnel, tendo ouvido aquele barulho estranho e pegou o Linney no flagrante.
So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowl's death would be ruled an act. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
Linney entrou no túnel após contagem regressiva. Linney disse que ao entrar no túnel ele se dirigiu à câmera que contém o núcleo de Uraquina e não ouviu o barulho. Refutar.
According to Linney, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel.
Isso aqui vai ser fácil. Eu sou o advogado, rapaz. Tem que ficar focado aqui na história. Eu disse, nunca ficou focado. Vamos lá. A gente vai salvar o Linney dessa. Segundo o Linney, ele saiu através. Ninguém saiu da ópera. Moço. Por motivos... Tá. Durante... Por motivos desconhecidos, as roupas ficaram no túnel. Linney diz ter ouvido uma voz misturada vindo da câmera que contém o núcleo... Parece que isso não vai... Ok. Linney desmaiou.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Cole encontrou Linney que está...
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective
Super Detective Paimon.
When the countdown
Quando a
started,
caixada
Linny
começou,
did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately
mas
used
ele
the
usou
vent to access
a
the
injeção
upper
para
house
acessar o
basement,
porão.
which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached
Quando
that
ele
area,
alcançou
he
aquela
heard a
área,
voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
E a balança se equilibra. Refutado. Você foi refutado com argumentos.
Paimon actually managed to say all that. Wasn't it awesome?
In other words,
That's
you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right.
My reasoning?
Cara de maneira.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
Caramba! Isso mesmo. Isso que é de jogar desde o lançamento. Shoira Pave. Aí. São minhas parceiras. Carai, essa era a hora da Lumine mandar uns verbos e dançar na cara da Arconte. É isso. Tenho que concordar. Mas como você refutou o álibi de Linney inicialmente? Você se lembra? Claro que sim.
If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Sua alegação agora se tornou minha arma. Tá bom. Escolher. Vamos lá. Harley é uma pessoa desaparecida. É uma pintora famosa que veio assistir show mágica. Não é isso que eu quero. Irrelevante, 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 irrelevante. Ninguém saiu da ópera durante o show. É uma pintora famosa e veio para assistir o show de mágica para fazer uma pausa do próprio processo criativo. Ela não parece ter envolvimento em nenhum tipo de desneia com os membros de trupe mágica de Linney. Relevante. Relevante, relevante, relevante. Irrelevante. Falecido. Dessa menina aqui. Ninguém saiu da ópera Eclipse durante o show de mágica. E após o incidente, apenas aqueles que estiveram suas identidades puderam sair. Durante a apresentação da sessão, houve um estrondo forte que muitas pessoas vamos lá. Eu não quero escolher qualquer um. Essa aqui é a primeira. Ela não apareceu em envolvimento de nenhum tipo.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here.
Tá, não era esse mesmo. Sabia. Ninguém saiu da... Sério que é o do som? Caramba.
That's right.
Lenny
wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof. How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Se assim não foi... Selecione o ícone de engrenagens na interface para checar as dúvidas correspondentes do caso. Selecione as respostas e preencha todas as engrenagens vazias para verificar a corretude da dedução. Se você cometeu erros, terá que realizar outra seleção entre as opções restantes. Quando você tiver respondido todas as questões correspondentes, você poderá completar essas lógicas. Vamos lá então. De acordo com as descobertas, chegando Garden, o fogo de artifício que foram disparados pouco antes do fim da apresentação incendiaram as cordas que seguravam o tanque de água, fazendo com que ele caísse, resultando na morte de Colin na caixa abaixo. Se Vinay não é mais um suspeito, somente os outros membros da trupe poderiam ter mexido nos adereços. Vinay deu um relato detalhado de como o truque deveria funcionar, usando a caixa dentro de outra caixa. A ideia era que a caixa que continha o membro da plateia fosse transportada através de um túnel subterrâneo. E Vinay também usaria esse túnel para chegar a um outro lado. Tendo trocado de roupa, Vinette e seu assistente tomariam a responsabilidade pelas interações no palco. O casaco pertencia a Harsen, a mulher que desapareceu. Foi encontrado no túnel. A razão para isso ainda é desconhecida. Selecione qualquer pista. Poderia haver uma terceira.
Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Tinha seu.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person in...
Sempre mordão. Sempre mordão. Vamos lá. A roupa da moça tá ali. eu tô achando que é a própria mocinha que armou tudo e matou o Cole,
Halsey is the
mano.
missing person and an ordinary audience.
É o mordomo.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Era o Collar o tempo todo.
That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How in...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Deixa eu ver aqui. Ver informações. Ninguém entrou.
The opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing The deceased's name is Cowell.
No.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Linny was not in the tunnel at...
Ne?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house.
Tô errado também. Tem que colocar na ordem certa? Como supor que o Inei não tinha como interferir no crime?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Inei?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. No one entered or left the opera house through... It would have been tough for both people to... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Não é isso.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. No one entered or left the opera house through its... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would like...
Tá.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash. It would have been tough for both people...
Ninguém entra. Sair na caixa teria sido...
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Por isso que eu não consegui resolver, mano. Não tinha água.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed in...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous... How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely...
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving
Into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water,
Now,
does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal events has yielded some surprising
tem os
results.
seus surpreendentes.
But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these... Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Líquido de gar encontrado nas bagagens de Cole parece possuir a habilidade de dissolver os habitantes de Fontaine em água.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Ter jogado. Ai, mano. Se o Ace Artone é desse jeito, mano, estou muito feliz de nunca ter jogado.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have... The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Tá, o gancho ali tá certo.
The rope that strung the water tank. The water from the primordial sea. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer.
Ô, Adilson.
Fala.
Ô, falou aí. Vou pra
Beleza. Bom descanso pra você. Bom almoço, né? Daqui a pouco eu já vou almoçar também. É, a gente já tá aqui nesse... Isso daqui já faz um tempinho já. Mano, esse daqui é muito zoado, mano. Muito zoado esse colocar esse óculosinho aqui na Paimon. Tá bom.
Plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. After Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counter. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift...
Ui, cheirou.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene.
Caralho, isso aqui é muito grande, mano. É muito grande, mano. A gente já tá aqui já faz 2 horas.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless. Am I right, Mr. Linny? We've used up all the
Usando
evidence
todas
we
as evidências.
collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Nossa.
Oh no! I can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my... I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangement, but as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance.
I understand.
Voila.
Quê? Quê?
Sorry for the interruption.
E aí, dragão da destruição? Foi ver que ia queimar os neurônios?
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cow.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Linny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Chegou a hora. Ele entrou.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Parece um Pensou que...
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon, having been selected out of the blue.
Ai, bora, vou sair aqui, Edilson. Esse é o Ai, mano, salve. Isso é tipo uma DLC? É a parte da Arconte, a nova cidade do Genshin, mano.
Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Refutado. Mas temos um problema. Quem queimou a corda, mano?
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people
Fontaine
to
já
dissolve.
vou lá jogar essa pérola. Mano, 2 horas pra uma missão. Que é isso? Acaba a missão. Tava legal no começo, já tá ficando chato.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Dissolveu ele.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Ai, também Fontaine é uma coisa meio complicada, porque demora 2 horas pra acabar a missão. Mas é complicado, né? Tipo, os habitantes de Fontaine, por essa água, eles conseguem derreter. Eles derretem, mano. Caralho, virou uma moeba.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Oi? A serva, ouvimos dizer que ela é uma mensageira que controla a casa da lareira. Então, ela é seu pai ou mãe? Porque é ela.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, He was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the nave.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Isso mesmo, havia resgatado minha irmã antes que pudesse ser machucada.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Reviravolta mágica, acabamos! Caralho! Nossa, tem muita coisa pra fazer aqui. Só um segundo. Ok. Também vai todo mundo virar água no futuro. Exatamente. Acabamos bastante história, mano. Só sair do salão de ópera e boa.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did.
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Bora? I believe...
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Sair desse hotel, mano. Esse hotel, que doido. Ai. Tem muita coisa, muita exploração, mas a gente fez muita história. Chuva inesperada. Ai, bem Celeste destruiu o céu de David. Cai here. Menkaihir destruiu o céu de David. Menkaihir igual ao céu de David. Caramba. Céu de David. Tem bastante coisa pra mim fazer aqui, mas eu vou fazer o quê? Diários. Não posso colocar em Fontaine ainda? Quero colocar as missões diárias em Fontaine, mano. Pô. Vai ter pescaria aqui pra gente... O domo apenas reflete o dia e a noite. Gente, eu acho que eu vou encerrar por aqui. À noite eu vou estar jogando mais aí o nosso querido Genshin. Então a gente vai fazer aí as missões diárias, as coisas que falta, tá? A gente fez história, tudo. Fez a apresentação, as coisas, tudo. Os caras sabem disso. Os caras sabem disso. Os caras sabem de tudo, mano. Isso aí. Tem um evento ainda pra fazer, né? Então é isso. Um poder meio diferente. Eu solto uma espada que não é de água, física. Mas é isso. Fiquem com Deus e até a noite, galera. Eu vou nessa aqui. E é nóis. Fui.